Hi, and welcome to the Arlington County Regular Board Meeting that'll begin in just a few moments. But first, I'm going to walk you through how the meeting works. The County Board meets monthly with a break in August. Each meeting is divided into at least 2 sessions. At the end of each regular meeting, the board recesses and continues usually the following Tuesday. Each regular meeting starts with public comment. If you want to speak to the board, just submit a yellow speaker slip to the county clerk. Public comment is your chance to bring topics to the board that it may not be aware of, items that are not topics on that day's agenda, not already decided, and not scheduled for future hearings. One speaker will be heard on each topic and will have up to 2 minutes to speak. After public comment, the board takes up the consent agenda. These are groups of items, sometimes there are dozens of them, with no known issues that the chair brings to the board for a single vote. However, if you think an item on the consent agenda warrants discussion, submit a blue speaker slip to the clerk, asking that your item be removed. It's then up to the board to decide whether to move the item to the recess meeting for a public hearing. Okay, once that business is taken care of, we move on to the regular hearing items. Typically, these items include more complex, sometimes controversial issues. The board considers and votes on each of these items separately. The board may hear from staff, applicants, commissions, and the public before discussing the item and taking action. Okay, now you're ready for the meeting. Let's have a look at today's agenda.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the May 19, 2018 regular county board meeting. A few announcements before we begin today. Closed captioning is provided on the overhead screen, and we have hearing assisted devices for the hearing impaired. If you have any need for special accommodations, please check with our clerk. We have Spanish language translation available during public comment period, and I'd like to welcome our Spanish language translator to please introduce herself.
Thank you so much. I will be your Spanish translator or interpreter. Si alguna persona necesita ayuda con servicios de interpretación del español al inglés, por favor, indíquemelo. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Excellent. One other note about accommodations. For those of varying heights, that podium in front of you can be lowered and raised by using the up and down arrow buttons on the right-hand side. We do ask that you can speak clearly into the microphone so that everybody here can hear your comments. Public comment speakers will be called 2 at a time, and we ask that the second speaker, if you could, please do move to the front row while you're waiting to speak so that we can move through quickly. If you are submitting documents today as part of your testimony, please hand them to our clerk. Please submit 8 copies and do include your name and contact information on all documents so we know how to follow up with you. Occasionally, board members do need to get up and stretch our legs, and we want to make sure that you know we have speakers and we have monitors in the back, so even if you briefly lose sight of us, we can hear you. All right, thank you all for coming in today. You could be at home watching the royal wedding and you're here, so we appreciate seeing you. And we'll begin with public comment. So, Madam Clerk, could you call our first speaker?
The first speaker is Rafael Sampaio, followed by Tracy Grainer.
Good morning. Good morning. There we go. Good morning. My name is Rafael Sampaio, and I'm representing the Carver Place Homeowner Association. I came as a citizen, but I'm in uniform because I am attending my neighbor and friend's memorial service today. On 30 April 2018, Jay Tomlin died while going out for a jog. Jay was a great father, a husband, a son, and a friend. Jay was a hero. He lived his life with integrity and he died with grace. But Jay's death was a preventable tragedy. Jay could have been any one of us. Someone catching a bus, someone going out for a run, a child walking to school. I have shared with you, our county board, some sensible and expensive tactics to not only make this intersection at Columbia Pike, Washington Boulevard, and Queen Street safer, but to make Arlington's transportation infrastructure safer for all of us. I invite everyone to read the comments on our online change.org appeal, which as of 18 May, more than 800 people had signed. I believe we need to make a concerted effort to demonstrate that as a community that cares for all citizens' safety, we prioritize improving our infrastructure to ensure that there are no more traffic-related serious injuries or fatalities. Our community has ignited efforts to raise awareness of pedestrian, cyclist, and motorist safety. I implore you, the board, to lead by example and to make the primary discussion in your upcoming meetings. I implore you to engage with our commissions and civic associations to make true, lasting change. Together, we can make concrete commitments so that no other child in Arlington has to cope with losing their father, and no parent has to cope with losing their son. Thank you for your time. I truly hope we can collaborate on this important initiative to improve the safety of our county's transportation infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Sampaio. Thank you for coming in this morning.
The next speaker is Tracy Granier, followed by Jeremy Dutra.
Good morning. My name is Tracy Griner, and I'm the chair of the Virginia Hospital Center Task Force, comprised of the John M. Langston Citizens Association, Tara Leeway Citizens Association, and Waycroft Woodlawn Civic Association. I am also the appointed representative of the John M. Langston Citizens Association to speak on behalf of the entire Halls Hill Highview Park neighborhood in the task force. The Virginia Hospital site plan review has recently reached an end, and the community is left standing with the same concerns that were voiced several years ago at meetings held by the task force. The hospital has chosen to make the community pay for their past building blunders by maximizing what they can build on the county-owned Edison Street property, thus walling off a community with mega block structures while, in the meantime, funneling additional traffic throughout the residential streets. To top it off, when the county still struggles with the lack of transparency, the neighborhood is informed that this site plan will be going before the Planning Commission 4th of July week, and then off to the board within 2 weeks. This is the peak summer travel time for most, and I can honestly say we are not happy. I have already had to cancel my plans for the 4th. There is no reason that both of these meetings cannot be postponed until September. While VHC will not be happy with further delays to build their wall, to the surrounding neighbors, it is worth the extra time, as they will be the ones living day in and day out with the construction, traffic, noise, and pollution generated by a massive garage and institutional building looming over their homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griner.
The next speaker is Jeremy Dutra, followed by Christine Brittle.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Jeremy Dutra. I'm a 15-year resident with my wife here in Arlington. We're a homeowner, we're taxpayers. We have 3 young kids, second grader and kindergartner at Long Branch, and a 2.5-year-old. I understand that you guys are beginning the CIP process, that the county manager will be presenting it to you. I know that involves working with APS as well. You've likely heard from some during the lead up here, and I want to add my voice as well. As you know, we're dealing with severe overcrowding at the schools, and the 4th high school is desperately needed. But what's being proposed by APS at the Career Center site, given the funding concerns, is inferior in every way. And I appreciate funding constraints exist, and there are competing demands for county resources, but it's imperative that the county be prepared to fund schools more as our county continues to grow. It's important to be prudent with taxpayer funds, but allowing funding constraints to lead to the construction of a substandard school is penny-wise, pound foolish. When people look to plant roots like my wife and I did here, one of the first things that they consider, and what we consider, is the school system. It's a reflection of the community's commitment to its future residents. Allowing inferior facilities at the secondary level to be built will hurt our reputation for academic excellence, but it also negatively impacts the health of the county. It lowers property values, it harms the business environment, it makes it a less inviting destination for individuals and businesses, and ultimately that negatively impacts the tax revenues coming into the county. The neighborhoods, the Columbia Pike Revitalization Organization, and others are engaged. They're imploring the APS to set the vision to build a desperately needed secondary school with equitable facilities that provide opportunities to students and serves the community. I implore you, as a longtime resident here, to work with the residents and APS during the CIP process to ensure adequate funding that's available so that we can continue our county's commitment to academic excellence. Thank you.
Mr. Dutra, thank you. Thank you for coming in this morning. It's the practice regarding public comment. We have only one speaker per topic, and I know I see a few other faces that I imagine share Mr. Dutra's comments. If you'd like to take an opportunity to stand and make sure that your support for his comments are recognized, it's a way for us to know that you're here. If anyone else is here to talk about the Career Center issue. Okay, seeing none, we'll move to our next speaker.
The next speaker is Christine Brittle, followed by Charlotte Mallarich.
Good morning. My name is Christine Brittle, and I'm a 16-year Arlington resident and a small business owner here in Arlington. Before we bought our first home in Arlington, we debated whether to move somewhere that housing is more affordable. And ultimately, we stayed because of Arlington's high-quality public schools and commitment to education. We have 3 children in Arlington Public Schools and are grateful for the excellent education they're receiving. I know that as a county, we've made a significant commitment to education, and I believe this is one of the foundational reasons that our community is so attractive, especially to businesses. But as APS enrollment has grown, we've reached the point where the growth of enrollment is threatening this reputation. APS needs to add additional seats in the next decade. And last Tuesday, it released a plan that proposed to deal with this capacity need, in part by proposing a substandard high school facility with unequal facilities. I believe that such a proposal will damage the reputation of our county and make it less attractive for businesses and for residents. So I'm coming here as a resident to ask you to come alongside APS and to work on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brittle. And again, it is the practice and in fact the rule of public comment that we ask for 1 speaker per topic. Thank you.
The next speaker is Charlotte Mallarich, followed by Dan Schuler.
Good morning. I'm a longtime resident of Arlington, and I'm very proud of Arlington's commitment to remaining within the Paris Climate Accord. I would ask that we also look at the ways our county can encourage other businesses and other locations to examine their environmental impact. So specifically, as we're negotiating with Amazon and its thought to build a headquarters here in Arlington, whether we could ask Amazon if they want to come here to release the environmental impact statements about how energy is being used at their data centers, and to look into the environmental impact of their 2-day shipping and online shopping in general. And if they aren't willing to do that, and we don't, or if they are willing to do it and we don't like what we see, we can walk away. Arlington doesn't need to be doing business with this particular company. I would note that Greenpeace recently gave Amazon an F in their recent analysis of consumer electronic companies' efforts to address their environmental impact. So I'm not expecting to see anything good. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mallarich.
The next speaker is Dan Schuler, followed by Rashawn Abraham.
Good morning. As you're probably aware, Amazon has recently been in the news for halting construction on a new building in downtown Seattle in direct retaliation for Seattle attempting to raise taxes on large businesses. They are, in effect, holding Seattle hostage, and they've been successful. I'd like to know, in regards to Arlington's efforts to bring Amazon here, What is different about Arlington where they would not be able to do the same thing? What's different about us that we would be able to resist this undemocratic influence on tax policy? Thank you.
Thanks, folks. I'm going to, in the interest of fairness, make the same comment that I made to the prior group. We do encourage to limit public speaker topics of opposition support to one item per individual. Thank you.
My topic is the status of women's employment in Arlington. Arlington was recently ranked #1 out of 100 cities as the top city for successful women. We should be proud of this, and we should be wearing this as a feather that is more meaningful in our already overly plumed cap. But how do we reconcile our status as the top place for successful women with the workplace culture of a company such as Amazon, whose expectations of ruthless competitiveness can only be described as a culture of toxic masculinity? This was all revealed in a 2015 New York Times expose. The details of this expose abounded, but what is particularly important is how the hyper-aggressive competitiveness activity put the careers of women who choose to have children or take FMLA at risk. And there are countless stories and countless pieces of data about this, which is merely a precursor to being fired after a maternity or other family medical leave. Shortly after the expose, Amazon quickly instituted a 20-week paid leave policy, but a change in policy. Previously, the company provided a 6-week maternity leave, but women who took them often found themselves on such improvement plans with their workplace goals. Beyond a change in policy, there needs to be a dramatic shift in workplace to use it. And such a shift depends upon whether or not Amazon executives want to see such a change. We would be naive to assume that Mr. Bezos or his board of directors, all of whom to see such a change, and we would be equally naive to believe simply coming to Arlington will cause such a cultural change. It hasn't for Nestle. So I ask you, how can you reconcile the inherent hostility towards women in companies like Amazon?
The speaker's time has now expired.
With the Arlington Way and the status of Arlington as a top place for women. Thank
you. Followed by Audrey Clement.
Okay. Sorry. So my name is Tim Dempsey. I'm a member of Our Revolution. I'm here to discuss social responsibility criteria in Arlington's economic development policy, or lack thereof. The county seems to be practices of those companies. For instance, we recently provided subsidies to the Nestle Corporation to move their HQ here, despite their well-documented use of child and slave labor in their supply chains and aggressive marketing of baby formula in countries where women have no access to potable water, which has led to mass infant sickness and death. Now we're actively courting the Amazon Corporation, which likewise has an atrocious labor and business practices. Amazon is aggressively anti-union, externalizes its costs to the public through tax avoidance, and paying their workforce so little that they must turn to state assistance. Moreover, their warehouse workers and last-mile drivers face such a grueling schedule that many must urinate and defecate into bottles and bags to meet strict deadlines. Even their HQ workers face brutal working conditions, often being penalized through Amazon's rank and yank system for taking time off work to attend to their health. We believe that Arlington is implicitly endorsing these policies and practices by bringing these companies into our community, leading us to ask, why are you, the members of the board, indifferent to these practices? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dempsey.
The next speaker is Audrey Clement, followed by Pete Durr.
I'm Audrey Clement. I'm speaking on my own behalf as a Westover resident and one of at least 24 tenants who were recently evicted from 2 garden apartments on 10th Road to make way for more luxury townhouse development. On May 16, 2018, in response to a petition submitted by Arlington resident John Reeder in June 2006, whether to grant local historic designation for Greater Westover Garden Apartments. Despite majority support for historic designation and 2 years to consider Reader for a decision on advice of county staff. While this decision is disappointing, it is not surprising, as Arlington's historic footprint has all but disappeared. In historic Jamestown, are off limits to redevelopment. Even Donald Trump got into the act, undertaking a masterful renovation of DC's historic Old Postal Pavilion in 2016. In 2017, Arlington Public Schools demolished the Wilson School in Roslyn, one of 2 century-old school buildings remaining in the county. In 2018, APS approved the demolition of the historically preserved. The restoration was done by one of Washington's premier architectural firms in 2009. At a previous public hearing in November 2016, an angry crowd of Westover homes in the historic district, and some declared the boundary of the proposed district. Yet if county were to approve the petition for local historic designation, it would antagonize a solid majority of homeowners whose principal consideration is the resale value of their homes.
The next speaker is Pete Durgan, followed by Jim Jerez.
Hi, y'all. And I'm speaking to give you all a heads up. May 29th. The most recent school board CIP proposal necessities that are required for a basic high school experience. And these were carefully outlined by this Career Center working group, of which I am a member. Based on the scenarios presented, it's clear that a 4th high school equivalent to the other high schools in Arlington cannot be built at the Career Center. In the most 800 students are brought to the site. Patrick Henry remains to house high school students. No fields, no parking, no pool. They might not tell you this, but Arlington Tech enrollment. Without amenities, this project will fail. Neighborhoods won't support it. Parents won't support it. 25 against these proposals. I challenge you to review that video. High school, the school, because they don't have the money or the land to do what needs to be done. The work group meeting at the Career Center working group at the last meeting that you all held with the Career Center. However, things got phased and priced, and now there's a lot to worry about. To lay their cards on the table regarding construction and phasing without any sugarcoating. We need money, we need land, and maybe we need to look at county projects and school projects and figure out what are necessary but really aren't necessary. Maybe we need to get some land through eminent domain.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jim Jerez, followed by Alexander Belinsky.
Last Tuesday, the public radio news and issue show 1A, the successor to the Diane Rehm show, on WAMU featured Amazon, located in a dozen or more metropolitan areas. The broadcast in Allegheny County, Pennsylvania, where Pittsburgh is located. Amazon supplicants. The broadcast is archived at WAMU.org. WAMU.org. What was stated by many of the headquarters in the metropolitan area, consequences for that area. Population growth, many billions in direct and indirect costs. Arlington County government is today's agenda. That has reached the point where anyone who takes issue with massive infill is called a nuisance, a NIMBY, a troublemaker, and worse. Arlington has had Arlington's residents, taxpayers, and voters were never allowed to vote in a referendum whether we want or don't want Amazon here. Controlling Arlington for almost 40 years. Consequently, I and others don't know you made with Amazon, so we can use the information continuing to work and live in Arlington, buy homes here, retire here, work here, and live elsewhere.
The final speaker is Alexander Belinsky.
I pass handout regarding the, I would say, changing plan to make out district. And I prepared two pages as a, I might say, in this plan, but point. It's a plan of phase 2 public engagement strategy, which was presented in meeting, and you can see civic presidents. If you turn on the second page, it would on work session on the public outreach was rephrased as a meeting with stakeholders, which include only property owners and civic association presidents, and tenants was intent. But what I see that problem to arrange this meeting and then apparently I think it's important to have this meeting to address could plan or prevent diminished tenant displacement result garden apartments district plan, which challenges of very low long-term elder residents.
The speaker's time has now expired. Yes.
Excellent. Well, thank you everyone for coming in this morning. Certainly a robust set of comments, and you know, I have for groups to limit themselves to one speaker per topic is an effort to try to be fair, frankly, to the issues that we will all take up in full public hearings, where we invite a lot of comments in. If you'll look behind you, you'll see the rows filling in with people who are and so whether it is on whether we are going to put forward any incentive or economic development, Virginia Hospital Center, Career Center, and the CIP, we do invite and opportunities where you'll have to be part of a broader conversation. So we ask for respect for that role, not can do it in fora information and conversation on that topic. So thank you for understanding an opportunity to invite comments from our coming in. I know this is a sad day. And, you know, I know the thoughts of what truly was an unnecessary loss of life. Garvey's had with your neighborhood, I believe probably each member had that neighborhood, particularly given recent pretty significant VDOT turnoffs and crosswalk improvement that our staff has identified and is working with VDOT to expedite. We've been working closely on this issue with traffic engineering operations.
So I just want to echo the sympathy. It's very walkway on the western end of the that can happen this year. It's much further back. It'll be a shorter to make it safer. So we additional improvements forthcoming.
At the community just the night before this happened, and something like that, your heart just are working on it. I wish, and unfortunately, these things take a little.
And just to briefly, you know, to commend Mr. Senpai was certainly something that we're all dealing with. That despite that grief came to us, not with anger, but we get the message loud and clear that there's an urgency to that engagement. And to bring that urgency to the table. Thank you.
Mr. Gutschall.
Yeah, thanks for testify to us. And like a true public servant, I think actually in your doing in the bigger picture. And we are in the midst right now of element of our master transportation plan, and this gets a little bit wonky, but the kinds of processes that we're able to actually affect the I hopefully like to see that this county moves towards adopting the principles of what's known as Vision Zero, which is zero, and adopting the necessary policies that would make that possible. Understand is that when we plan for pedestrian and bicycle and travel, and this is just an unfortunate, a very unfortunate reminder of that. And colleagues, thank you for coming out this morning, and please send our this afternoon. Thank you.
Mr. Vice.
So just to take my colleague, Mr. Gutschall, can get involved in bicycle safety and pedestrian safety. I think it's important to Transportation Commission is our citizen-led advisory group, planes and so forth, but at the street level, how but more important, himself has both a bicycle advisory committee directly to the manager with engagement in terms of so Mr. Manager, would you just care to picking up their civic engagement a notch, be it
absolutely. So there's two search for bicycle advisory committee or pedestrian in membership, what to do. Schwartz at Arlington VA proposed last week a joint letter from the bicycle and pedestrian, and I haven't done it yet, and asked the board to.
And then just on a final note, Civic Association, neighborhood conservation plans, which can certainly speak.
Mr. Vice, and our thanks to Arlington View Neighborhood Civic Association. Again, Mr. Tommen's family and the whole neighborhood. Mr. Greiner came in. And thank you for your continued advocacy and representation of the neighborhood, which is now going through this a lot of concern, even invite. I know we have our deputy county manager. Just a little bit of the process about that happening over. Unfolding.
Number 6 was held this week. There's another meeting that's going to be scheduled that'll be an open house. Staff is continuing to work to move toward that has not been finalized yet, but that
I know we run into this problem every summer. It's but we want to do it in a way that's respectful to an opportunity for those community members who won't be able to remaining concerns as well, and of course, public hearing before the raise concerns as well.
And just kind of throw that out for folks, because Griner was in with some of his neighbors, and they really filled me in on, would they please straighten up this one parking lot and clean up the trash a bit? Sometimes those can make some things happen too. So we actually sometimes can be more effective. And just to get a little bit to your point, I just want to say there's a reason that we have that. Is our citizen involvement, and so we have to do a balance. Otherwise, we will totally gum up the work to do. So we appreciate the. We sort of set it up because there's a good reason for that.
You can find by going to arlingtonva.us, putting open door money in the county in the community every Monday. Mr. Dutra, Ms. Durgan, concerns about the Career Center Working Group. This is a process involvement and serving on the working group, and I know Mr. Dutra and Ms. Brittle have, I'm as a liaison, concerns the working group is feeling that the amenities over time unacceptable, and I school or something like it on that is absolutely going to be the capital plan, the capital improvement plan. We have to determine what's necessary and what's nice, as I think all we'll see in the manager's presentation, past what is nice and into what is needed already with our capital improvement project, or capital improvement plan for the next 10 years. We're in for a really difficult conversation. It will no longer be there because of the imposition it means for communities like Arlington. It is going to be not revenue that was not in last year's CIP. So that leaves us, I think, with some interesting conversations. To the a phased project will lead us to perhaps have a broader conversation. And thank you. We are aware of the problem. I think somebody appreciate your service, the concerns you're raising. The neighborhood has been incredibly communicative with the county board as well as to meet the seat deficit in a way that is respectful of neighborhood. Quite a few folks here to talk to us about Amazon. Mrs. Dempsey, for coming in this morning. Really appreciate the concerns that you're raising, Mr. I think it's quite clear that we're having this conversation across the country about what the obligations, issues you've brought up today, stewardship, on, and I think Amazon has become a focus, and then I imagine my colleagues might want to weigh in, is actually that most of these dynamics are present in our community already. A couple of thoughts about how that are present in our community, and hopefully we can get your good energy. So, Ms. Mallarich, I really talk specifically about Amazon's energy use at data centers and ensure focus with our community energy of buildings. We know that buildings are one of our major opportunities of energy, and so the community energy 5 years ago and is now due for an update. We have used the tools of bonus density. We have some new tools around retrofitting older buildings for greater energy engagement and involvement with the community energy plan, with our E2C2, our environment, as we push forward to make sure that our private sector environmental impact. Mr. Abrams, straight to my heart, the issue of gender representation, incredibly an important one to me. In my time, flag is a challenge for Arlington County was the underrepresentation of women in C-suite roles. Even political leadership, civic leadership, status of women continues that work. They, I believe every year, are still doing a women for that agenda. I couldn't agree more that greater representation of women and fair labor practices in communities. The point I wanted to make too was, you know, that dynamic where corporations pressure localities is the dynamic that's absolutely with us. And one of the things I would really suggest for an avenue for involvement is our so if you're involved in a nonprofit partner, it's a great way to get that conversation. You know, there are concerns from the chamber and could be a great avenue for discussion about what those taxes and fees mean to as business employees yourself, as we look to strike the right balance between a healthy things that we prioritize. So past, if we reach a point where Arlington is engaging Amazon, should we be a finalist? Should they choose to locate here? Package to bring them to Arlington County, and outreach and opportunity for public comment here, just to locate somewhere else. Developed for them with the community so that you all can judge that matches the values you would have liked to have seen. So that was a Mr. Dorsey, I'll go to you.
Sure, and with your remarks on the substance, there is no deal require a commitment of taxpayer-generated resources or happen. So unless I'm being intentionally kept in the dark, something that was an undercurrent in many of the comments. On the other level, what we also heard from people was a desire to see more of a responsive, and I would encourage you as a on putting together a list of companies that desire. So, you know, when we talk about this conversation, it's not just about the company that people kind of community where the business sector is included, that provide us and engage with us on guidance with that, I would welcome.
All right, Ms. Clement, thank you. In Arlington County, a very live conversation we've had on a number of or a number of others. To the historic designation status for Westover. And I think our housing commission is over. We have differed on whether an historic preservation designation is but that shared goal of the middle class families and renters that they has really, that objective has really undergirded the effort, which I know the board will be taking up later this year. So thank you, and thank you. Mr. Feinstein.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. Just to put a finer application for historic designation, I know there has that regard with managers looking to continue incentives, improvement of garden apartment complex to bump outs and perhaps some additional density. And I was
Sure. And I may add, staff went to the Historic Affairs Landmark Review Board and the board our designation until we get along phase 2 analysis, which I'm going to ask Ms. Bird to give an update on where we are with that.
Reach with the advisory to continue to look at those incentives and in the coming weeks. In addition, as part of one of the things that they also recommended is that staff working with some of the outreach to garden apartment owners to the Westover Apartments complex as a top priority, and before they come forward with the. And so as part of that outreach, the designation and discuss the designation process, questions or concerns that they may have. So
Ms. Bird, is our website updated to basic comments?
One of the goals as part of the website was up to date with this information.
Thank you.
To Mr. Belinsky's, the housing conservation districts, and I think if I was following you, could I ask Ms. Bird to respond about what residents were?
The outreach is still underway. I don't know that there's been any change in.
Great. It was. I think it was. And then we're just concerned that there's an important group not included in that parenthetical. I trust. We have some good outreach to tenants, and I know that's been actually not just on the housing. So
problem sensitivity where omissions can. So thanks.
Public comment. Thank you all for coming in the rain. It's nice to see you. Are ones to be. It's on Amazon and housing conservation. So let me ask first of our pulled from our consent agenda. Can you tell us what those? Great. Oh, Tuesday. Moment to organize ourselves. 10. Okay.
Madam Chair.
Colleague.
The exclusion of items 10.
RC, seconded by Mr. Gutschall. All those in favor, please say aye. Okay, seeing no opposition, and a few comments about some of the items we just. The board, of course, acts to approve dozens of items on our. These are items that we or extensive deliberation at this table. Oftentimes they reflect deliberation So those items that you heard at 6:30 p.m. On significant this year. We also $1 million contract with A&M segment of South Walter Reed Drive. For a lot of folks in this room, I know. Area that we're making framework plan is underway. Its busiest trails, the WNOD and at South Arlington Mill Drive, along with other. Number 7, a farmer operating and be opening up at Barrett Elementary School for on the school's parking lot, fronting on Georgia through November. I believe they plan to get this up in today's as food and a chance to build a sense of community and mingle with neighbors. You can learn more at Arlington VA. $3.5 million in GEO bonds because interest rates are low. Arlington voters for a variety of funds, about $92 million at Jefferson, at Stratford, at Wilson, HVAC and roofing. $61.2 million program, community center, parking deck, Walk Arlington, Bike Arlington. To daycare centers, we approved use care facilities. And others were new. Our all helping our working parents ensure that in the early years in Arlington in the community. Further ado, I think we are ready. Madam Clerk, could you call?
First item is item 40, Run Valley Park.
For all present, we'll go some of our commission. Manager, to you.
Before I make a brief planning process, had people come, completely appreciate that. Tuesday, beyond what was in, the 4 miles to 4 million. I'll be Benny Dean Park in the first 2 years of the CI. In the out for the first time fund aware and WE cost of $8 million, but is included in this. There's a for the CI. That part of the presentation.
Manager, and actually part of the presentation. Thank you.
I'm Richard Tucker, and Marco Rivera from major elements of the process. So, and Marco will talk about in a 2-year process is the working group meetings over opportunities and an open house. We've had extensive review by is that many conversation that we've had with the community addressing near I-395 I think there's a Arlington Park afoot for Shirley. We want to district within the county's. We also coming year. It's both an area plan, master plan is south of adjacent to 395. Overall, outline for industrial use, significant amount of areas. Plan and themes that run guide us in terms of including district. Discussion has been. I want to talk to before straight blue, not necessarily, but industrial that are outlined in purple uses, and then areas that are we into see is that in portion but the types of uses that we've seen of our discussion is an area where, but also look at there's a wealth of then uses similar to those in district of uses, including that is shown in the Knock Revival. Most of these industrial uses that areas adjacent to blue on the far acquiring with the where primarily with sharing consistent there in this concept be outside of the stream where the natural be just be another focus park. This park, everyone to do that, keep that. And some interpretive art to it because it's source. As part of this plan, we to the Arts Commission, arts community, really as part of that, we would determine formally designate an arts district to achieve that. Of conversations about two parcels, the old Signature Theater and warehouse groups that our current recommendation is to flexibility at this time. The role replace the and the boundary line between that within all our documents to be recommendations as well. Consider we certainly area branch, which is a tributary to the currently there's county possesses that allow it limits to the area, so we want to rise. Sub-area B and service commercial uses. In sub-area B, we want to make as well encourage arts use. To outline this, so is maybe vision for the area and A, C, and D, and so we want to. However, legend and text that really explains that in place and GLUP designation for this. The by right uses, the types of uses that. So
briefly go through I'll deal with parking first, and parking for both public and private. Second major theme is really way on these topics in our work program. So this is a phased approach. We look at the ability to actually gain some more speeds, capital-intensive investments. Some images. The existing road would be reconfigured to a 3 more parking spaces. There's also a lot of driveways, while you term the study area that work commenced is the staff recommendation that the full utilization of on-street. This is for we got sidewalk infrastructure and some more shows you actually see this being we use to actually operational concepts. Area at Arlington Mill. Some time we were able to evaluate it. Those focus is really improving and connectivity in the immediate area of Arlington Road. This, it really centers serve Arlington opportunities for improvement way, making it safe. And these are some additional future improve Arlington Road and make it more accessible. It's a really by the county board of possibly bringing more dash service in managing on street. Turn over to Marco.
Thank you. Name is elements related to the park. Part of the working group charge comprehensive replacement listed here. This is the recommended concept by the working group. These including the existing exercise. Arlington. Improving the dog park and development concept for the park. In condition, it shows a placement of the existing lighted athletic long 4-mile run, restroom facility, protection area line. The staff's recommended concept for Jenny Dean board during the February 2018, just there, that members of the working group that they prefer neighborhood. Parts of the area. The county board formed the Jenny alignment and siting of the athletic preferred option and other. The committee met on working group at their park committee's work and discuss committee's concept 1 remaining and access to it remain Street overlay recommended concept in February. Baseball diamond located of a 4-mile run, tennis court and lighted picnic shelter. The to be accommodated in our lot within the park, to provide nearby street. The next slide. If the WIDA parcel is acquired, east portion of the site, of all site elements of the WIDA parcel, and illustrates Jenny Dean Park with 7th Street South, diamond field overlay over that diamond. Baseball diamond, where it's the lighted and east end the 4-mile run. To phase 2, the other 2 parcels, the youth baseball diamond northward. It's a new large picnic shelter. The April support by a vote passed to ensure that the latest lighting technology, taking into consideration the 2018 working group meeting discussion, and the recommendation is to proceed with characters of the area and within the final design, and also celebrates Jenny. And this program may include interpretive sort of design enhancement. Provides for most construction and away from these will be implemented to minimize on youth baseball diamonds and their convenient access to other park amenities. Courts. There's in close relationship to the casual use spaces recreating at the same time within the playground. Provides for a contiguous casual use space. First step implemented during the layout of the park will have a less developed. Finally, this the need for fencing and protect the park users. Courts will be located in areas where runs within staff addressed the previous Jenny Dean Park. 4 feet of frontage of 4 Mile Run Drive and is adjacent to throughout the park, including a new arbor or colonnade on the selecting materials for the park that will which will be further identified within the park master lighting. The master plan will propose athletic while also reducing light trespass. Plan for our public space. New standards for athletic technology has improved in terms of minimize light spill and glare. Lighting system may be used to light uniformity in neighborhoods. Furthermore, during the process would be provided to determine the and the POPS is also further investigating mitigation include shielding, aiming angles, physical buffers, and curve and other measures. Iowa, which contains multiple field and be the same for both. This exhibit does not, it simply shows concepts with light spillover. Staff also received where this exhibit shows potential concept 2 in red. Concepts. Explore where to minimize design document will be completed during the will provide recommending lighting, landscaping. The final design and also into 2019. Earlier as for community engagement, civic association, and the through that opportunities to engage on the materials and design opportunities for also celebrating Jenny Dean, as well as Jenny Dean Park is expected to begin sometime in. Planning Commission held their meeting of the policy framework with amendments and the space between 4 Mile Run Drive and any park are minimally fenced, consistent with safety needs within the first drive, that a community in Knock and throughout Arlington to return businesses at 2601, 2603, and also 20. This recommended amendment. This shows the properties in question located where onto public property, which are shown. With the following feedback. We understand that the community drive frontage and will work towards this goal, and we will work towards this goal during the design process. Illustrates the intent to locate the feet from 4 Mile Run Drive. The concept plan for the current location. However, moves forward to the final design phase and design. Furthermore, staff will also work towards creating a balance between to create a visible, accessible, and also welcoming frontage to Jenny Dean Park. Options at Bluemont Park. As the Jenny Dean Park project moves into and will work towards the community and the so they enable safe access to the fields when they're not being scheduled. Option drafted date should be amended on page 34 under section 3.2, ensuring that baseball or softball at all within the needs. Within the third point, raised park, there will be opportunities for community materials used throughout the park. And project which is being developed as community gatherings, a rich cultural history through proposed is aware of the encroachments and will work have the encroachments and shared with after that. And furthermore, the draft plans. Adopt the 4 Mile Run Valley policy framework. All facilities are minimally fenced 50 feet. 34, section 3.2. Thank you, and that concludes.
I'm sure we'll have questions on a great. Let me go quite, and I think we have, we'll wrap up with Planning Commission. Actually, no. Or it's Parks and Rec, and then I'm represented. So we'll Mr. Campbell.
Crystal and County Board Chair on the working group and fill in. So.
We're glad to have you.
UFC has participated in the 4 Mile Run Valley Working Group the past 2 years. Parks and Recreation staff to UFC at its March meeting. Following discussion, the County Board. UFC is gratified that throughout and casual use open space have been given as fields. Planned throughout Jenny Dean Park, as well as the will certainly result in an increase in tree canopy overall. UFC urges the County Board to adopt Jenny Dean Park concept number 1, as recommended by a majority of the working group. Concept 1 will remove the impermeable ball fields from the Resource Protection Area, RPA, soonest during Phase 1. This will also permit additional tree planting and restoration of the riparian area. UFC strongly objects to Concept 2, which would keep one ball field in the RPA for an indefinite period until WETA moves and Phase 2 construction ends. The county requires that private property owners adhere to RPA regulations. The county should not find ways around these same requirements. It should be noted that a compacted earth ball field has the same negative environmental impact as do paved areas. We are also concerned that at this time, no significant action will be taken regarding the negative environmental impact of the Shirlington Dog Park, also in the RPA. This is a complicated issue given the park's immense popularity with users. However, as heavy rain events occur, like recently, erosion of the 4 Mile Run stream bank will increase. Last summer, the county board rejected a proposal by the Department of Environmental Services staff to add a forested buffer zone that would have absorbed much of the stormwater runoff and kept bacterial pollutants from entering the stream. UFC now supports adoption of the short and medium-term recommendations included in the 4 Mile Run Working Group Dog Park Committee report. These would help address many of the same runoff issues. Eventually, a more permanent solution will be required. As regards the county-owned areas west of Nelson Street, these have been sought by proponents to become an arts area, space for ball courts, or casual use open space. Whatever the outcome, UFC hopes to include increased tree planting along streets and around building perimeters. UFC supports another dog park committee recommendation that county-owned warehouse properties on Oakland Street be turned into additional casual use green space with tree plantings to ameliorate the impact of stormwater runoff from nearby buildings. Some of this property could one day become part of the dog park should existing dog park space be reduced to install runoff and erosion control measures in the 4 Mile Run RPA. In summary, UFC is very pleased that trees have been of paramount importance in every design plan considered by the 4 Mile Run Working Group. Canopy trees will contribute significantly to this plan's success and to the enjoyment of park users. To a good extent, this plan also reflects citizens' interest in the protection of Arlington's environment and their desire for significant areas of green, casual, open space. Choosing Concept 1 for Jenny Dean Park will further these goals. We appreciate the opportunity to share our views with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell, and thank you to the Commission. Ms. Brothwell, on behalf of the Sports Commission.
Good morning, Chair Crystal and board members. It's my pleasure to be here again today to present you the views of the Sports Commission on this project. I'm going to make my remarks in context with the slides in the staff presentation. So if DPR could bring up what I have in my notes as slide 39, which is the overview of the park as it exists today. I would remind everyone that your charge was for the working group to find a way to replace all existing amenities in the park in the new design. And I would point out that there are a number of constraints in this that we have faced. So we have the blue RPA line on the south side of the park, blocking off a fair amount of land on that end. We have the neighborhood's desired 150 buffer on the north side of the park, blocking off a fair amount of land on that side of the park, and we have the WIDA parcel in the middle. So you can see that immediately we have to move the adult softball field out of the RPA, and there's a considerable sort of spillover effect in terms of how do we actually fit all those amenities in the remaining kind of triangle space in the middle of the park. So in essence, the working group and the subcommittee were asked to meet your charge, but do so with less land than was previously available. Puzzle, and you have 75, you can only fit 75 pieces on the table. If DPR could move to the staff's initial presentation. Yeah, yep, there you go. So staff's original solution to this puzzle was not exactly ideal. For the ball court were not restored right away. For NOC, the softball field encroached too far into their preferred buffer zone. Picnic shelter was buried in the community. The layout was considered unsafe. We finally got to you yesterday to support. We failed to improve the youth diamond field, which I will point out is the used by kids and is in the park. We the RPA and the neighborhood's preferred significance of these two fairly negative outcomes and decided a youth baseball field is pretty. If we don't improve it now, it's unfair to the youth baseball community, which has consistently loved this field. Character. Unanimously to support to replace almost all of the active layout. It moves the playground closer to significant updated lights, which are so bothersome in the near term. Efficient and economical, less dispersed or spread. Two of this plan used as they wish. Baseball on. Concept 2, phase 2. In concept 2, the green space that can't really be used. Have more noise generating amenities on. Near contiguous line of fencing facing NOC. To me personally. Meeting the board's charge and the we recognize have tried very hard at the choices have to be made. The commission would like to express its lost tennis court, Nelson Street. Everything possible to reinstate not only as measurable tennis activity, pickleball and futsal, the possibility of making the best one. The Planning Commission it deems most appropriate field baselines. Fences serve to DPR's hands to appropriate. And lastly, the county potential sports uses for the limited recreational, and so we just hope that you'll continue to thumb the Sports Commission one with the language on the 100 policy framework.
Ms. Breathwell. Maryland Energy Commission. Excellent. So we'll have Mr. Welcome, Mr. Russ.
I wanted to remind everyone mission serving and different members' views topic the view of individual park projects, especially at the park plan, are often perceived as the. You've heard some references to that already when we've been discussing the Jenny Dean Park options. A range of views, more parks and open support for sports and recreation facilities, safe both two spaces can have potential impacts on adjacent residents. The public spaces here in Arlington are for all county. Most important points on which we all agree. Considering that every park with an acreage deficit issue. Less space, strategic. With respect to our actions on the county board, Park and Rec Commission meeting, for our commission to have, nevertheless, at our park, we did have a discussion at that point, and knowing that I nevertheless wanted to get a point. Our poll was in favor of concept 2. Point I wanted to offer the following space coupled with the number of amenities expected in this area, and would park design. Now, in the but I think they've been report of the Jenny Dean Park Committee, and you'll hear it from expressing a lot of those. I'm going to leave it on a couple of other topics. And continue to do the properties from the Jenny Dean Park planning area. And again, some of our mitigated if we but in the least, we would recommend that moving forward, open space landscape to possibly any arts or business there, and the dog and sports commission even considering for a small recreational that. And commission strongly supports your previous direction opportunities in the. And then finally, for Shirlington Park and the. Thank you.
Ms. Ng, and then we'll wrap up with Mr. Weir from planning before going to. Yes.
Of the Environment Energy Conservation Commission. Our current chair couldn't be here. Valley working group members. We actually lost them previously served in the working group to Seattle. So we've lost. A lot of us appreciate all the different. Right, is this whole study area. Park use, there's residential lands, and there's a lot of considerations that are made. Letter to the board back in April for adopting specific concerns. I also want to interest the. And so I used Jenny Dean Park, Shirley and husband, and we spent a lot of for recreational purposes. Of the Jenny Dean Park mentioned earlier, and if the public kind of now. Concept 1, Phase 2. So we support Phase 1 and 2 of maintaining and improving the environment, enjoyment of this park, and enhancing that area. Trees by not disturbing them by installing the youth. There's no construction of the fields. Is has a lot. It's not to continue. Concept also does a good job of connecting the neighbors, as well as Knock and the adjacent streets, and I. Along 4 Mile Run, there's trees that are maintained supportive of in the community, and it also allows for connectivity to other recreation. Other thing is it doesn't have to be modified in Phase 2 to reconfigure. It continues having those uses in that first. A lot of families in this neighborhood also talk about the importance of having trees and shade, and I just want to tell a little short personal story. In the playground, and several neighbors just happened to be there when they were running around playing tag and that. So in addition to continued stormwater improvements, erosion improvements, to redevelopment there, I think that needs to letter about consideration of removing the existing parking even after phase 2 with that existing parking lot there. That is right in the RPA, and if there's any supported by E2C2. Well, thank you for the opportunity for the comments.
Thank you, Ms. Ng. Excellent, Mr. Weir. Thank you from behalf of the Planning Commission.
Members of the County Board, I'm Daniel Weir, and I am representing the Planning Commission this morning. With me, the Jenny Dean Park Committee, and we'll be speaking towards that momentarily. The Planning Commission heard the 4 Mile Run Valley policy framework at its May 9 amendments, and on a 9-0 vote that the County Board adopt the 4 Mile Run Valley policy framework as set forth you have before you. The adopted motion includes 4 amendments that I will describe momentarily, and that you 12 public speakers, 8 of whose comments concern Jenny Dean Park, 5 and 2. One speaker raised concerns about encroachment of auto body shop parking onto county-owned land adjacent to the Shirlington. Only one speaker opposed the 4 Mile Run policy framework generally. Park, roughly half supporting each concept. The Commission discussion focused on the overall policy framework, local business concerns, the Arts District, transportation and parking, the Shirlington properties, and finally Jenny Dean Park, which was the focus of most of the Commission's discussion. Throughout the discussion, the Commission encouraged staff to think about flexible and creative ways to plan for the area, including future development of the county-owned parcels west of Nelson Street. In discussing the overall policy framework, Commissioners existing uses in the Arts District area will be preserved. Additional work is still required to understand additional uses, such as arts, in sub-area B, and whether zoning changes in the Arts District. Commissioners also expressed hope that and public use in Area B. About property adjacent to the dog park being used for parking by private sector interests and encumbering public use and land. Regarding transportation, Commissioners expectation of changes to 4 Mile Run Drive parking and adding back-end angled parking to be engaged as transportation changes are implemented. We to be done to facilitate pedestrian, perhaps in concert with updates to the Shirlington Road Bridge. The Employment and Education Center discussion of facilities, specifically fields, courts, fencing, and lighting. Diamond under Concept 1 on the Knock neighborhood and the impact of current lighting on Shirlington, as well as the feasibility of using temporary that moves forward. Be used by the county during the park, as well as whether temporary lighting could be used elsewhere in the county. The facilities such as courts and diamonds create barriers or impositions in park space. We also discussed of facilities and the balance between the importance of locating facilities and, on the other hand, providing as possible in addition to the extent and nature of fencing that would surround its outfield in the frontage of the park. The Commission considered 5 amendments to its motion. Were addressed in the staff report, and I will discuss 1 or 2 of them briefly. The one that was not. County Board replaced Concept 1 in the framework. Motion failed on a 4-5 vote. 2 locates neighborhood-oriented facilities closer to the facilities currently in the park throughout the occupied by WETA. The uncertainty about WETA's future may likely be resolved before park. Temporary lighting could be used to replace outdated lights under concept provides contiguous and continuous casual open space. The improves the county-wide facilities in the near term, and especially in light of uncertainty that the working group and Park Committee's extensive process resulted in the form of Concept 1, that Concept 1 does not place diamond fields in the resource. Concept 1 better provides for all users of the park. The Commission considered and adopted 4 other motions which have been presented before you. I want to speak briefly to the first 2 of them. That was the first motion, the amendment that was adopted, recognizes intense concern from the non-draft concepts that placed the left field post adjacent to 4 Mile Road into the open space in the park frontage. And over hearing and in discussing the concepts at the RTA stage was the relatively minor incursion into the open space in Concept 1 as presented to the board today since February. That discussion was only made feasible by the movement of the left field post away from concerned that the field will inevitably migrate back north. The buffer is fundamentally important to addressing Knox's hopes and fears over changes to the park. I also want to speak briefly to the second motion. The Commission did not recommend that the fences be removed. The Commission recommended with safety needs. This is in recognition of the need for open space in the used for organized play. That concludes my presentation, and I will be happy to address.
All right, so we come down the home stretch. Chair of the park, Jenny. For Mr. Montfort, go first.
I'm going to go first.
Mr. Montfort, on behalf of the 4 Mile Run Working Group, and you,
She has the
I
harder
have a number
job,
of your
so.
commissioners present, so thank you to all of you.
Start by thanking the board for offering me the chance to chair this working group. Living in Arlington, like Ms. Garvey, I've been to Shirlington obviously many times. I pay signature right on the WNOD trail all the time. And this effort has really given me a chance to meet many wonderful people on both sides of the stream, to the issues and concerns, and I'm sure after this is all over, I'll be spending a lot more time in the area. I'm even more grateful that our dear friend Carrie Johnson, group, despite her terrible illness, her service on the and her knowledge were just vital, and I think her contribution. Last element of her civic contributions to Arlington, which spanned many, many decades. I also want to take a moment to thank all the counties, Chikwe Njoku, Richard Tucker, and Giselle Johnson from Planning, Vero and Jeremy Smith from Parks, and Richard nights. And obviously I know that they spent preparing and evaluating all the options we had before us, and I'm very grateful for all their work. We were also supported by many other staff from matter experts who were able to really educate us on the issues involved. But finally, I want to thank all the Arlington who provide us with their comments and views throughout the process. I can honestly say that this is a much better I've had if our only input was that Arlington has an amazing number of residents who know about an amazing number of topics. It is obvious concerned about which design for Jenny Dean Park the county board will decide to the fact that you're not going to hear a whole lot about the proposed arts district, about the pedestrian and bicycle safety improvement, about improved Shirlington Park, to name a few. All those topics, education, vigorous discussion and debate, but ultimately compromise in details Overall, we reached consensus on participated and assisted in the process. Of course, we still have to deal with to advertise this item. I suggested to develop a new park design that everybody could endorse. And also a former member of the Parks Commission to chair that group, the work group's ultimate recommendation.
Welcome, Ms. Gary.
Thank you. So I'll give you a little bit of background so that we're all on the same page. The Park Committee was convened in response to your county board direction. Included 4 Mile Run Valley Working Group members. We're familiar with it. Shirley Brothwell from the Sports Commission, Portia Clark Ferris, who is the Shirlington Civic Association, Carrie Johnson at large, and our staff included landscape architect Jeremy Smith, also Scott McPartland, Robin Leonard, attendants at our information about how we could cite our elements. Supervisor John Blevins. The Jenny Dean Park and or create a new and including all the current parks, smaller youth baseball diamonds, the tennis and to that end, concept plan, and we discussed and location of the current bike, stroller access and travel patterns, how we would get cars near sports users. Tonight, and also the issues that have been raised that you addressed at your work session, the sunlight in the player's eyes. Multiple welcoming park and connectivity through the site, including connectivity of the site to the community. What can we build and when? What was the status? We have a very generous budget to go forward. Things twice. And in addition, we more casual use, open space closer to 4 Mile Run Drive. As you've heard, this exercise laying out the concept plans that Mr. Rivero presented, the county board chart that reduced the available space. NOC requires Mile Run Drive as possible, and you see that with TA PBS Production Center is not an option. In addition, the parcels west of Nelson were taken off. So, as you've heard, to reallocate the existing elements. Nevertheless, unfortunately, we were unable. So you have two options in front of the earlier staff recommendation and is the current staff recommendation. Represents a response to what we'd heard from NOC, that third baseline with the adult. So we flipped them, the youth baseball in order to maximize the open space. So in addition to flipping them, staff with Ms. Brothwell worked of space and still have a regulation size field, so that the field feels accessible when not in use. An experiment, staff is looking at eliminating fencing from the third baseline to the outfield. So to the extent possible, minimizing the 50 feet along 4 Mile Run Drive. It cites one tennis court and one and cites the new fenced playground and with this option, the distance of the third baseline. Heard this was an issue of discussion at. If that were to change and get much closer to 4 Mile Run Drive, that would change the sense of open space in that area. Hence, the impetus. Concerns with light spillage from this third baseline to the Knock neighbors across 4 Mile Run Drive, but this was addressed. Facing on the field now is 30-year-old lighting that does have a lot of light spillage, and that's what we're most familiar with. State-of-the-art lighting today, so that ends up being less of an issue than we thought it would be. Option 2 in Phase 1 cites the where the youth diamond is now adult softball diamond. Again, that's partially in the RPA, and it has minimal renovations or amenities. No new dugout, no updated lighting. It retains both tennis courts and roughly the location, and like option 1, cites the new. The concerns with this option include delaying improved replacement of the youth baseball diamond. It's until it was able to be moved, and the siting for that, the timing for that is unknown. In addition, the funding at that point is unknown, and this is a high expense item to add to the budget later. It uses existing 30-year-old lighting, which might not be configured appropriately for youth nighttime play, and which spillover currently does affect the Shirlington residents. It offers fewer opportunities for contiguous, connected, casual use open space along the riparian area, continuing along 4 Mile Run Drive, and it defers, again, the major cost for the youth baseball diamond and the large shelter to Phase 2. And there's a very detailed comparison of the two concepts in the longer Jenny Dean Park report that was attached to the PC letter for you. More refined than those that were developed by staff and shared with the board in February. Many thanks to our Jenny Dean Park Committee for their creativity. And further, these two concept plans are different from one another. So while both plans include all of the park elements by the conclusion of Phase 2, Concept 1, and without relying on the unknown WETA disposition. For contiguous, connected, casual use open space along the riparian area and continuing into the casual use open space along 4 Mile Run Drive. And Concept 1 avoids citing anything in the RPA. Things that we discussed in depth at both the 4 Mile Run Working Group and later, the priorities that had been identified also undertaking that show highest is for casual use open space. A second major issue for ETA, noting concerns with speculation. None of us really know what the outcome of this will be. There's an unknown timeline, and WETA's own planning parameters other than county decisions. Timing, government on 27th Street. They are a valued member of our. The timing for Phase 2 is therefore unknown, including the funding availability, especially for these critical larger elements like the youth baseball diamond. Now there is funding available, but 10, 15 years, and if funding would be available at that point. For all of these groups, plan layout, how do we design cultural and historical references? Participated in this Jenny Dean. I can't say enough good things about this. Really helped us move this along, especially the use of a land. Not always realize we're the same. We had somebody to put it on paper and say, is this what you members upon which the Jenny Dean involved. Not only did we have 60 Sports Commission, Transportation Commission, Planning Commission, Urban So this represents an extensive discussion of all the issues with full participation. And I want to note the compromises that have been made. Design retain drive. The narrowed fencing was addressed to make it feel as open as possible by one of the communities. Based on the February staff report. So there is a little disagree about has been recommended by the recommendation does provide all new park amenities 2020 using funding that of the WETA PBS Production Center. In phase 2, the basketball court moves closer to Knock. This is a fairly low-cost item.
Excellent. Thank you again to all of our commissions who heard this and commission chairs and representatives who. We'll move now into public comment.
Yes.
How many speakers do we have altogether?
There are
the first two for us.
The first speaker is Virginia.
And as we were mentioning during public comment, if you could help us, there are also arrows on the right side of the podium to move it up or down to adjust.
My name is Jenny Ferris. I'm a retired environmental planner, and I've lived in Arlington, Harlan, and the last 2 years in Shirlington. I've lived near 4 Mile Run for all that time. Love that stream. On the the working group, I believe that concept 1 is better. It's more attractive. Amenities and the impacts between the adjacent neighborhoods. And it gets us more new facilities sooner with available. I've heard it asked, did our committee make real changes to the park design concepts during our work? And yes, we did. You've heard that. The staff design, I've left you with some illustrations on notes, with notes on our changes. For Shirlington, I compromised on some things we had wanted, for example, on the location of the playground. We heard that that was really important to Knox, so we moved it further away from us. Did Knox get a hearing on all its issues? Yes, I believe they did. We all tried every combination of park figures to figure out to minimize fences near them. However, as you know, we could not achieve consensus. Compromise is tough, but I think it's better than the alternative. So that's where we are. I hope and trust that the board will make a good decision, and I don't envy you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ferris.
The next speaker is Peggy Parker, followed by Richard Cinquingrana.
My name is Peggy Parker. I'm a realtor with Berkshire Hathaway. I've lived and worked in Shirlington for over 30 years. I'm an owner, and I am a board member of the Heatherly community, which is part of Shirlington. The majority of our neighbors have moved here single or newlywed. The dog park is Shirlington. They have stayed in the community and have increased their families, so they're always looking for a kiddie park. Ginny Dean is the only common green space that we have access to. Fairlington has green space and play areas within their communities, but Wingate 1, 2, 3, Heatherly, Courtbridge, and the Arlington, which are we're a little over 1,500 units, have no play space. Ginny Dean is the only place within the walking area. We need the Ginny Dean Park, and option 1 seems to be the best fit for our side of the creek, even though they did move the playground further away.
Parker.
The next speaker is Richard Cinquingrana.
Good morning. My name is Richard Cinquingrana. It's okay. It's Arlington and a homeowner in Shirlington. A lot of hard work and long hours went to produce recreational quality of life, as well as lays the foundation of South Arlington. I believe that everyone wins compromise. In the planning and numerous commissions, in closing, I'd like to reform I'll run in.
Thank you, Mr. Cinquegrana.
Cinquegrana, you got it.
Good to see you all again. For those of you who don't, asset management for Federal Realty Investment, as well as other Arlington property like Pentagon. 5 years now. Throughout that time, we've partnered with the community. What it is today, and we're proud of is the past. Its neighbors can continue to evolve. Tying right in, I'll run in Ginny Dean Park. The process. I'm here to state support for concept number us and should be in the current bowl field light over that negative. These lights shine directly on Io Piazza and the Hilton Hotel. Investment into the village of Charlington and or some right across from in the area that is affected. To be more difficult to attract people to go there. Support to pursue concept number one.
The next speaker.
Good morning. And of the arts was 15 years for the Meyer Foundation. Artist and for that protects. I west of to me to tear down are being pushed out of the county by high rents. This is left in the county, and this the board to ask the board district study next step priorities. You to commit funding to bring the 2 warehouses building to a nonprofit who can. The county doesn't resourceful, and they just. I also wanted affection for we.
Public has now expired.
A public private park gateway. And
speaker is Tina Warden, followed by Michelle Verplu.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tina. The Commission Association. Important to me. Where my family and I live now, it's where I grew up. 40 years. husband and I are raising the last of our 3 children. Live there. And he's 10 years old. Puppy, we visit several times a week. Our family retreat in Shirlington Park. For the arts and culture brings me to my affiliations that work out of 3700 in Theater on the Run, as well as signature presented by these groups with friends and family. Pretty integral to my life. My gratitude to the working group of the flexibility of the 3 county-owned properties. Conversation from our Run Valley.
Welcome.
Coach, City Sports Pub, our 90s, and has been playing in Arlington County ever since. And lived just a regular expansion. Thank you for the opportunity. Adult softball coaches, these diamond fields, and the great future provides in its first phase both adults playing fields and any design that doesn't maintain play on those fields. Addresses many of the same south orientation, 4-mile run where home runs could go on. Concept 2, baseball field in the current outfield, future of the youth field movement. Athletes who use the fields when they were little leaguers. We fully support the. I also want to address the recommendation. Both fields, we as pose a risk to walk fields.
The speaker's time has now expired.
Ms. Julius, years, homeowner and to the NAACP. Nightingale, '44, settled. We're going to fast forward to now. This civil, along with 500,000 states, we remain to ensuring the economic equality of rights of all persons. Be robust feelings regarding the branch believe careful consideration affecting is a principal objective reason. Civic Association option 2 of the policy framework. You have a duty.
Thank you so much.
John Footy, followed by Ellie.
First of our 3-minute speakers. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Footy.
Work on fields in It's kind of a nice change of pace thing. Sports Foundation. I am the president of the Sports Foundation, and I'm carrying the Babe Ruth. 4,000 boys and girls. You would expect Kennedy in a special not from April through August, there's same time there's 150 games. So whenever Barcroft gets around, takes additional 1,000 kids that use this baseball. It's one of three. Forget the value of context. 39 that the African American community. Fascinating because this park, when it was designed, they were way ahead. The wait and hope. We're going to get that field back. I don't know if that's a microcosm of what we're dealing with. Today, we have an increase in population. We have ask these businesses and ask these people come in, resource that we have. I do want to talk with the offline. We should be have. I do formation to whether we local community ahead of the Arlington and foremost. Fairfax County, by comparison, we have to look at this for Arlingtonians. Thank you.
Followed by Nancy Sharkey.
Village condominium, which is, I've lived in Shirlington for 21 years. Residents, I'm passing around. Particularly, I want to talk about the lighting. We pictures. And a hotel. Lights. Said. So if you look at the two condominium, page of the park. This is taken from my on the right behind the trees corner at the small field. The floor of the EOP. I'm going to take this picture. So the plus the hotel. An overhead shot. Concept one, it's affected by the lights because they're up. The only people, because as you see in there on the big field is moved temporarily. Lights can also building realty if that doesn't move. We have no faith. We're looking at phase.
The speaker. The next, followed by.
Good morning. In that role, I play baseball in the county, and it's 1,500. I don't know, he's back there. League. It's a little bit. Try to help. Attended many of the 4 mile. There were lots of people and lots of arts and industry versus parkland versus open space. Designs and design elements came. I admit, came and went. And what I'm option 1. Entrances and buffer zone, baseball and softball fields, courts, stream protection. Concept 1 isn't the best option because it most perfect. I started a petition to this petition. 85 of them offered comment. Jenny D. in Arlington, the community, and encourage the youth to get and needs to be improved. And this is a busy park in concept. And the plan all park users and community. It's time. Thank you.
Grace, followed by Jesse Bowden.
Good morning. I'm Michael. Will now obviously face the challenge of constrained space. We group was not a Jenny Dean, but that's for another day. Off job, but I was trying to eliminate, and that's what would reducing from 2 tennis courts. The really from the Arlington County Tennis Association, Arlington ACTA has a dual use court for both. And there are precedents around to preserve. You will be park planning process, outcomes. Second, you'll be sending the recreational casual use open space. As the sports and must not come. So by preserving appropriately balanced competing. Thank you very much.
Here is Jesse.
Good morning. Adjacent to Jenny Dean Valley Working Group. Following and I want 7th board Jenny Dean options for the park. First, the report data Valley website. A week later, there was an open public comment period. First and only Jenny Dean Park, and our just questioned the law had not met influential for the 4-mile run the matter. Commissioners, option 1. Commissioners voted for option. No further official commission conversation 4-mile run is concerning to me. Presented to you the of what occurred, leading people to believe that either its stance by PRC your attachment to. Our chair over the PRC that non-voting conversations at the PRC meeting accusation, even if it and at voted.
The next speaker, Tumbler.
The next was promises made by county board. A sports, recreation, arts. FMRV will, in fact, become heavily funded and heavily subsidized. Package is also being negotiated with WET. During the FM sports, recreation, and called industrial infrastructure facilitated by non-resident county FMRV planning happy have been allowed to deteriorate by small businesses as a walking tour from Fairlington demonstrates. Ms. Garvey drivable urban with many new amenities will remain in Knox-Shirley. Thus, Arlington residents will drive to Alexandria and Fairfax Alexandria and Fairfax County residents. Household services for FMRV residents. Home repair. Businesses located. For-profit businesses located. We pay traffic. FMR should respect. It has embraced new
followed by Adam Ballou.
I am Robin Stombley, Initiative Work member of the line for which to base it necessary area the framework how do we flourish community today next, which is not when we challenge ourselves area all you there are a lot who to help them grow in a new environment. D, county, community, the industrial roots of this area. Its recommendations explain snake has already begun. Working group never back of the document. We were not passage today. Think more creatively towards moving forward.
The next speaker
for this league on behalf of nearly to witness the process. Fellow volunteer. Don't all and the passion with we may represent children art so we thank of Carrie Johnson who have brought their expertise. I first 92 fond memories of coaching there over the past 20 team of who played baseball together. The history of the park is now we rely for you. That will leave it to us as volunteers, as we've done before, to so that the field and practices before. We have tax dollars and sweat equity. Process isn't tied disproportionately. Dean is an asset to all of Arlington. Consistent with enrollment growth. Children need more seats, they need more place to play. By 50. Our players can't be disciplined for multiple seasons. Waiting for the, we've compromised to get consistent with the working group's chart.
The next speaker is Adam Rasmussen.
I'm including the recreation team, or all of our get scheduled on, which have shown up today. Parks this morning. John Fody the games during for baseball. Of three, including field and everything else. So it to practice and play games puts that at a huge downgrade. Pointed out earlier, they'll be cut out and fit the former Jenny Dean that are currently will have for sure that it keeps over about whether or not youth baseball maybe RPA areas, whereas a huge number of a large foot amendment. Every time they come thing
it's now
we'll
expired.
Appreciate your time.
I want to thank the board. I'm here for generation of a lot of different world-class theater and a grocery store, exercise facilities, and residential. We're privileged based on their lifestyle. I love the theater and the can't be expected choose. so important is that it's rich in a history community. I wet people memories of this park. Obvious that this is a very important at it of the community has made it really clear to exclude to the park. Great plans voted one way is very important. Well, I want to say that has weighted down as amenities. The amenities are not going away. About all. Talk about that another time. Please vote.
Sauver, followed by Rob.
Good morning. My name is Pub Men's Sea Senior Figure and petitions and emails to the county board can to protect our fields and to advocate on Dean Park. We have tried to play a fields that fit within the context. We had serious concerns about the. However, the 4M emphatically has confirmed the importance. It significantly addressed both the surrounding. The Arlington Planning Commission has urge passage of Concept 1. The adult players stand with plan Concept 2 and future dependent entirely department. Funding for both permanent fields is there now, and this is no time to defer of the Concept 1 plan is that the adult diamond field would have. This is a perhaps that threatens public safety. Come into of an adult player. Public walkways also. The adult players are deeply worried about this. Gaps in adult field fences. The Virginia High is proving to be a disaster. Batted balls reported to me recently that a woman sitting in a chair struck in the stomach by a hit ball that went through. Off-leash dogs and their owners have overrun the fields at unscheduled times. Must be stopped and not copied, not emulated at Jenny. Time and consideration, and please support.
The next speaker is Rob Perino, followed.
County board members and staff of the Knox Civic Association. I'm a proud member and a homeowner in the Knox community. And at the working group meeting, that discussion was heavily influenced by concerns that and I think a lot of that has been echoed today. Participating in this process over the committed to long haul. There's a lot of excitement over this project. Discussion that's taken place over the temporary remaining of the outfield would be, and I find it curious that no other discussion about has not come up additionally as the ball field being temporarily in the RPA while we solution. And indeed, courts and the basketball court, and it would offer the most green space up front on 4 mile run the front of the park would be. It would be my petition that was taken door to door, person to person, Tonians who have signed this document. Whereas Jenny Dean Park is located in the Knox community of Arlington, Virginia, area for Arlington's African. The county purchased it in 1942. The park was not integrated until the 1960s. To revitalize Jenny Dean are now under the initiative working group, a body of as the Knox community acquiesced to the to retain only. Whereas Jenny Dean Park is slated to become larger in size and will accommodate the south side of Jenny Dean Park is important entrance to the Knox community. Be it resolved, we the people, its design preferences for Jenny Dean Park space and the playground accessible to the Knox neighborhood. Knox supports strong.
The next speaker is.
No one has said that the creek is rising. You know that old phrase? While we've been sitting here, because thank you for everything here. First county board meeting he's ever. The man I loved for a lot. For at the library, a renegade bunch of NC, a group together at the alley, and we got Mr. Duffy in, and what was amazing, the sign-up sheet, they came from all the neighborhoods. Long Branch, Douglas Park, Claremont, and we had a great, in a way, to. So I'm here to speak for Shirley on our needs of our neighboring community. We are so proud to. May only be 50 years old, but is so diverse in background. Demographics of Knox. The biggest difference with yard. During the a bit on the defensive. Me. We have been back door of Jenny Dean opinions about the best layout or our park. Field lights should point in our the old fences along the stream and over to describe only one neighborhood. I don't we all go everywhere. We all see. Everyone talks to everyone. Neighbor concept. We pay transfer, and everybody's access to the village. On have voted all the asked for decision. Part of the reasons heretofore tell you that when you're resign. Most people, the sooner. I also efforts and fail. So make a promise to knock do early pick. Thank you very much.
Speaker is
members of the board association. We are now. The 85% of the study area is in. Focus my comments on Genadine Park. You have two design. Appreciate that given these options, the Knox Civic is program our community and use. We want to see open around this around our neighbors, not hit in the playground in front. Ball for a game. We don't difference between looking out your window lights of a lighting situation too. It's important to be developed all amenities in play in phase 1. Ball knock in the ball field temporarily to the current of the parking lot remains in the RPA by surrounding community. Arlington Park. This park already Run Valley and would be further the data have been presented on the document when the data it is even better when we can walk this process. For example, the entities industry district, Arlington Road, uninspiring, yet we are. Then where do you stand? No, we're comfortable. Park right. Feel locatable.
Yes.
Discussion first and then a motion. Moment. How much there were but and that's not the long hill. Rightfully so. Challenges to want to make sure areas and there is a I think that consensus is from my working group, but of the 4 Mile Run Valley State work through, I know to the extent work framework plan about owner then buckets. Could we ask our and comments about that needs to proceed? There is
arts follow-on. This is going to be the area later this year, including a main in typically follow-on period the or and to arts that
arts and about so I think that was
so curb space on with a community curb space work is all studies through our 3 intersections through the study area. Road, bridge, shown kind of a pivot point in is to great access between improving crossing these that are
for the Parks Master Plan, document the kinds of materials that we would be using within so that could be landscaping phase for that would be that with the community American. So starting that community engagement community members part of the process details really we would be using the and other all of that reduction of 19.
Gutschall's light on first, and then to Ms.
Thank you. So to carry the chairs time up work of the timeline.
Yeah.
Is our community and so forth, but full and when you resource, could you just recapitulate?
Of the P and is included as part of the bond.
Years ago, correct?
For the in the CIP mentioned. We currently have some vehicles to relocate those elsewhere.
Might be.
It's in the first. What was
okay? Not the most.
Yeah.
Can you? Okay, so bet the sweet spot. Oh, we of the second
after some
Might perhaps in terms of discussions with that at the moment?
As a I wanted to update. We have a firm that they've hired on board. We had a kickoff meeting. So and do they want to stay in the third alternative? So that to the WETA.
I mean, we're policy framework 2016 plan. Timeline here, and more important, where we're going. Viewing the county board. Has this
our quarter of 20 we're so we would be probably in the a hair, I guess, except
that the actual area plan, so later this fall.
certainly hope plan we have that are commencing. There is a need to up. This will come forward with.
These are asking for something.
Sure.
Exactly. The what to the manager, all of the follow-on work, and so the implement be part of our discussion. Fund none. Ms. Garvey. So I'd like to actually this district framework. Understand as we move forward. There's a and is not the to me was that coming what exactly where in discussion that, and then I think I had an email or the crossing of Shirlington Road. Manager included in the framework here of you're talking about what's
or mapping a portion of the trail, if it is feasible at all, in the actually much of the. So the bridge renovation are to initiate discussions. We in Arlington. We also do have and the state's very interested
in this framework when it says because if we're looking at underpass or overpass,
there are real any great the underneath 395 to actually construct years. This is the framework document to address the safety and access items.
Okay. I have right now.
Note, Mr. Weistat was reminding me for sound and video piped into the back. I just want to make sure everyone knows we can still hear and are following. Really important conversation.
Yep. Or most places.
Just had a question. The role of the RPA. Go over that real quickly because RPA, and my understanding is here, but maybe our other staff can answer that. Actually, and facilities grandfathered in, but if we make any major change, come to play, and there in many cases can be there. They're grandfathered in, but if we want to in, and I think that's sort of at play. Yeah. Yep. Mr. Rivera, do you want to just talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, so what I is any any improvements to the that have to be taken into consideration as
with the field, if other people or anything like that out to be where it is.
That's
we didn't touch just be incredibly expensive. Thank you. I just sort of wanted to clarify facility and not for another. Thank you.
Mr. Dorsey.
Thankfully asked by Mr. will be housed in terms of resources. Team, because given that the option at the early stages of that.
Our staff ED, I'm not sure that resources are necessary. Next.
Courtesies, process. And there's the snake report that's already been done.
The snake, it's on from that discussion and that move in that and so forth. Mr. The text box that we have, different directions the county perhaps would play. There's and many months are who's involved, who's not involved. Some of the key players in the big player, the business owners as well. That report provides information.
Further study of these detailed.
You know, getting control and have we can work towards in that.
Well, right. The existing theater on Austin with regard to Jenny took up in prior work sessions that are there spaces and be an undersung element of our moment to, which is the Planning Commission is to the extent of the Crawford Street land back.
Working our forward stuff.
So it time Arlington Park, Shirlington Dog Park, and I would though like to on Shirlington planning areas C and Mr. Slide would best speak to C on behalf of the Knox Civic Association. What about Shirlington in terms be helpful for the
Our discussions with the working idea of the NARC revitalization plan, which calls on it and incorporated with that is potentially what's shown in red along the front. The NARC plan are quite. The plan was adopted in 2000. Limited stretch south. We took recommendations from D, and so previous conversations development into a new road plan to additional density staff as well. Find that redevelopment within sub network and which goes back to the area of broader areas located district. Less, but in terms of development in it, adjacent to the NARC revitalization, stuck to our and fostering as well as achieving our goal.
The framework concept one, which is concept two, is a reflects concept appeared to be a pretty significant consensus among the
we're concepts in the very beginning of concept two.
Okay.
So a lot of comments negatively through redevelopment. Try to do is be responsive for
which we have the resources to move in this near term for.
So for about analysis allows would do in the of the plan.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, with respect to bus parking site and so forth, what can staff tell With that, our discussion.
County attorney.
I'm sorry, I missed it.
About where we are, what respect to bus parking and here. Also, I meeting or two ago use, and I think one question: how the location or thank you.
Property owner and failing nation. We have been fortunate agreement to it is true will property. This funding is coming from and are the only money. Sort of, I will not, I don't use transportation about introducing.
I think creative and look forward to those discussions.
I think I just want to commend the transportation group and associated to Jenny Dean Park, and perhaps it makes sense for us to try to organize ourselves roughly the placement issues of fields slash a sort of buffer, perhaps some questions about field utilization. I'm realizing actually as I for move our way through, and if we need to better organize ourselves, we'll.
I don't recall ever seeing one. Description of 1 and 2, but is there a that fronts 4 miles?
Yes, there is. We actually have. I'll ask Mr. Njoku to. The slides after that. Keep going. Original. Right there. You know, fronting that within it, you'll see within the difference, as well as programmed. So there's a 9 in that first concept. You'll see that in terms of the casual use space, 2%. Now, also 94% numbers that
A little on this. How much fencing, like to me, because the basketball court has to have a diamond. So that just the one, if you can toggle back. Right. And that's the previous one, yeah. Fly to calculate for that and the other, which I think offense is just.
Rivero, do we have an apples to apples both of these options?
Right.
Because do you have anything for cops?
In terms of fencing, we do have a comparison. A little bit. Within the blue, particularly within the in both where they would be also measures for. So again, you'll see this line. Reason for that is or to the opportunity that and accessible final.
That's helpful. Ms. Garvey, did you have a question?
Here, what I wanted to understand for the fencing, in other words, how to make it intrusive, if you will, the specific guidance where that's captured, or is that
captured as part of the incorporate the details related and other design elements within the plan.
And not at this time success or failure of the pilots at Virginia. But there will be of the
definitive answer. Maybe in terms of to you.
This out from my colleague. This year, official guidance or park master plan that open or not, where the board is. continue to evolve and information we are.
So we're going to bring forward essentially a concept. Guidelines will be a actually specific detail, the specific open are finalized, and pop.
So would still have a
Yes.
Okay.
Fence. The to include 75. Possibly in one of these. But there is a little out firm to the point where the projected earlier version right up against. I'll just talk a little bit under which is to have a. It's a technical term of art, but setback basically that wouldn't.
Certainly, staff is will be trying as hard as always come up in the just an example would be if we run a large sewer or something like that, $100,000. We would just want to have the flexibility.
No? At a point at which having.
Wanted to make sure everybody got a chance. Commentary from is about the be delivered phase 1 and not until give us a sense of how you envision that just discussed is this is just potential component.
So yes, large shelter be consistent with the master plan and MRV. So one of them, you would receive that first, and within concept 2.
I lost the design guidelines in that. Can we engagement perhaps that?
The county has been using moving forward. We would be pursuing for the park. So as we mentioned earlier, being developed. So we're.
Thank you.
We are getting close to the.
Go ahead and ask this, which was by ACTA. I guess this would be assuming that we went with that we tennis court, so that we would not phase one.
Require community conversation. We have exclusive combined use to learn if this could impact their a little bit
more discussion. Would be open. It sounds like you're additional.
Open to more discussion.
As in.
Chair, as the 4 Mile Run Working Group over the, I am motion. Some remarks. I certainly adopt 4 Mile Run Valley Policy Framework dated May 11th, 2018. Report of the manager dated May 5th. Certain additional to adopt. If we could have on this. So, report is the 2 is the self. This whole, we could just curse. Now, therefore, be it the County Board of Arlington Policy Framework set forth in attachment 2 in the county mental report 34 ball or softball facilities all with safety needs, including that the framework including in terms of restyling that, and further include and preserving approximately 75 feet of parks or softball facility just to clarify, master plan spaces, A, as follows. Place demands 75 feet, 4-mile run drive, softball. Well, I'm sorry. Period. Is that clear as mud? Are there, is that?
Been written, but I think it's clear.
Okay.
Well, we should just probably F's report and add in 7, but removing the rigidity of relationship of
Mr. Dorsey, bingo. I could or in the CIP for called Shirlington. Appreciate it, whether it up in the right direction. Some additional boots and substance. Foremost to Charles Montfort, heir of the president of Fairlington, near North. Feathers and AIQ and industry core. And Ms. Stombler, you serve how industrial and thrive. And Haynes, who Park and Recreation Plan. Elizabeth Guerin, Chair. Want to actually not finally, but time, please. Us. Suggestion. Sometimes the word various brands a salad with the result for a job well done. Yes. Had abounding time, we work plans, silos, DES, Department of Environment, our economic development, our transportation, Parks and Recreation, sometimes silos. Community and to engage they're heard. We've had over 6 working group committee meetings and more. The one gotten a great deal. Compromise with other community stakeholders. Something in diverse. That's what we have to do. And they should not be minimized. A little bit about major and include in part confirmed zoning, many of which job we've maintaining and improving amenities. And at the day's end, it's important our community schools resources for Arlington. We're today, but rather out the details must be worked out, but the framework together in an area of the stays are yet.
It's with an acknowledgement of the legacy that Ms. Carrie Johnson, in terms of the way that we run our process of brain power, hours, and I think that it's, as Mr. Vice said, just in aspects of the 100% can see how it's in the spirit of, but two competing options, to where we're going to, and that we the knock and my position have in front of us one that is a which have already been, and so I am with that. I am asking the make place where when asking you to do step one, most I feel a firm investment with the knock managers prepare, and it's my that I could see coming out of this WE to decide available phase the win as I appreciate from the very the sincere to me.
Thank you, Ms.
Motion go first, and the I think I said thank yous to everyone. So, and I actually, last thing came up. She sort of really touching to me that this was, and she really. So, and thank you know, a little Ms. Wilson showed up. So it is a huge and back and look at it. Actually, either and Mr. funds for do what we've is what good for and what's the cost to the brings me totally really is a will they and when that happens will we have money to everyone and that joke when I say this, but I'm actually everything so hard to be totally happy is going to have to really
our commenters today, but I wanted observation. Park does not further study the plan is around the live neighborhood. Obviously true. Jenny Dean Park with Virginia neighbors who walk whether Jenny Dean Park with Virginia neighbors who walk whether it's go to schedule sources available to them. Experiences are right. I know this stops the plan for our public over again in different areas, but when it comes to you so forth, and I would applaud Ms. Brothwell, who I know has been working with the user groups to try to improve what the data looks like from their end. I know it's one for us to improve on ours. The schools are a huge piece here as well. They monitor and schedule their own facilities. But until we have some way of quantifying the problem, I think this is going to that are true to the people living them, but are in conflict. The second issue, I think Mr. Spain's discussion in the Planning Commission, Arlington, shaped by patterns of systemic make sure that that is part of our consideration. Doesn't feel to me like redress. Go past a resolution to develop what them develop in their community that they want. Some apply to budget and legislation. Group working this idea for us at the end of this year, beginning of next, to say the despair, make that part to try to of a ball field, because lives our values for further work. All of that said, including thoughts before we.
While saying it very with where we play who every park people have clear this is these respect going one out balance crystal public resource over the very contingent, a very focal is Guerin, because it's we are going to can control with that. To me is where we are with this lot or any. It's a history of invest apps part of our shared history with a where they once doesn't and misgiving looks and trying to, and that's what communities put in. As I look at all of the different things, everyone is for provide. I see options, but that to anybody who joins you from different perspectives. Put a final pin on going to be invest most. Concept one is that to actually I'm done.
Comments. Is that okay? Conversation.
Chris. It's say is delay trips. Yeah. And a track all crew. But is the permanent the the like the not a engineering qualified to give you an engineering diagnosis of what happened. However, so what I did do was retain a mechanical engineering expert. I be top like are near left. Later, you permit between those two in bone. They continue. Are she's on. So imagine mechanical issue who that issue at, and where to put
This will include. We will. Um, preparing it